we ready to see if I fucked anything up in my setup process today? Whoops, hold on. Hold on. Perfectly executed. I didn't mess anything up. You messed it up. Couldn't be me. Anyway, hi. Jump scare. It's me. The person who you're supposed to be here to watch. I know, it's the scariest possible option. Hi. It's been a week. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? These VODs, the randomizer VODs go on YouTube, so I should be like, hi YouTube, I love you, please watch Twitch. But it's been a week for everyone because I haven't streamed this week. I originally planned to only not stream Monday, but I was the big tired. I know that's not surprising for me, but I had stuff going on. I admire your persistence. You'll get me one day. Also, congrats on the watch streak. That's embarrassing though. No, I'm kidding. Super embarrassing that you've watched 110 of my streams. I don't like to think about the fact that I've streamed that many times. So, hi, Kirby. Stuff comes up and it happens. Yeah, so I plan to take Monday off post my birthday weekend because I knew I was going to be much exhausted. And then I realized I should take care of some stuff. What are you doing with your life? Watching the funniest, or at least the most pathetic streamer on Twitch. So I had my birthday. It was nice. Very, very good. Very cool. And then right before I left for my birthday, I had to check mail because my meds were in the mail. And so I got that and I brought it home and I realized I had another letter addressed to me, which is weird because I don't receive I receive voter ballots and stuff from my health insurance. That's basically the only thing I get in the mail besides my medication. I'm like, oh no, something bad has happened. And I open it. And I'm like, I'm gonna stress over this and then I'm gonna have a nice weekend. It wasn't anything stressful. It was my health insurance. But they sent me a letter basically being like, based on your health history, you might qualify for disability. Like, disability checks every month. And I went, I thought I didn't qualify despite the fact that I very much am disabled because I know the American government is like, well, I know you're in crippling amounts of pain, chronic fatigue, light sensitive, heat sensitive, and also have short-term memory problems and a stutter, but have you considered just sucking it up? It's like, I know that you don't have the education for any jobs that don't require manual labor and that you physically can't pick up the 50 pounds that like every job requires you to be able to pick up, but have you considered just trying harder? This is how I expect the government to be. But it was like, you might qualify, we work with this company, it's free, they will like file it for, like, you know, basically represent you trying to get disability. So yeah, have you considered just being better? Basically that, yeah. But so I pushed, right? I pushed past my executive dysfunction after much struggle, called them, then they were like, okay, we will schedule an appointment to actually go over the stuff. And I went, cool. They scheduled it for literally the next day. So I called them Wednesday, had the appointment Thursday, so yesterday. Went over all this stuff. I signed the documents, and then they're like, okay, so we'll set up an appointment for further stuff next week. So, yay. My thought process is, essentially, like, the worst that can happen is they tell me I don't qualify, which, like, that would change nothing about my life, right? So I'd be in the same position. So it's not like it can get worse. Unlike my stutter, which is really ramping up today. Although I did hang up the phone, and then, like, an hour later, I went, I forgot to mention heat sensitivity. Because they're like, what condition do you have? So I'm like, I have multiple sclerosis. And they're like, okay, so what, like, symptoms do you have from that? And I'm listing all these things, and I'm like, I don't remember what I've already said or what I'm forgetting. And then I hung up, and I was talking to my mom about it, and I was like, motherfucker, I forgot the heat sensitivity and the light sensitivity. I might have mentioned the lights. I know I was like, light and sound hurt, because they do. And I, to perfect irony, I forgot my short-term memory problems, which I'm sure anyone who's watched my streams has noticed. When I say something, and then I'm like 2 seconds later, I'm like, hey guys, I don't remember what the fuck we were talking about. But my long-term my short-term memory is bad. My long-term memory is pretty good. I was like, man, I don't know what we were doing last week on the Zilda, and I was like, oh, am I gonna have to, like, watch my VOD to remember and, you know, figure out, where we are? And then I had a moment, and I went, no, I won't. Because I got the ability to turn into a dog, which opens up so many of our options. I know that. I remember everything. Wait, what? Art Thompson's line. I remember everything. I'm not Vincent. I'm Ark. P. Sherman 42, Wallaby Way, Sydney. I know that reference, but I don't know what it is. Like, it's in my brain, I'm like, I know that. Short-term memory of moonlight loss. Yes, that's it. Imagine short-term memory loss, because you forget about your short-term memory loss in the kids. That would be that'd be fantastic if we could have that. Like, obviously, I don't have, like, straight-up memory loss, right? But it's bad, which is why I'm like, I could not. Like, imagine you're working at a cashier. Oh! It's Finding Nemo. That's it. Yeah, no, I knew it was a reference to something I'd seen. I just couldn't remember what it was. So much for my long-term memory being good. But now I remember. Is Dory repeating the address when they're trying to find the boy? There we go. My tracking thinks I'm looking to the right more than I am, so I'm trying to fix it a little bit. It's a little hard because I can't look at the button to recalibrate while I'm calibrating. Now it thinks I'm looking to the left. We're really going to have this problem. Please. Please, sir. I just want to look straight. Well, I just want to look forward, not straight necessarily. Rotate your head 180 degrees. Okay. Ooh, I don't think I got further than I thought I would, honestly. Ow, you couldn't see it, so there was really no. That bit was just for me. I got past my shoulder. Rotating around, but I don't think I can do the full 180, and now my neck hurts, so, you know, worth it for the bit. I'm holding the controller. I don't even have the game open. Anyway, so I had a nice weekend, and I finished an entire book in like 3 days, and that was with hanging out with people, because Friday night, I could never yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, unless you're a contortionist. But Friday night, I could not fucking sleep. Like, I don't know what my problem was. I took melatonin, and I still was like, I'm fully awake, bro. I couldn't get any fucking sleep. And it's not, like, I do have problems sleeping in places that aren't my home, but I'm pretty used to sleeping at my best friend's house. So by now I usually don't have that problem. I just couldn't sleep. I wasn't getting drowsy at all. So they have a lot of books. They have a full bookshelf. So I went and I picked up one of their books, which is one, and they've like told me I could like borrow their books if I wanted in the past, so I knew it was okay for me to touch them. God, I wish that were me. I can't sleep unless everything's perfect, and also I've taken melatonin. Like, I can be the most comfortable person in the world, and my body's like, I ain't drowsy yet, bro. Fuck you. Fuck you. There's a very rare instance where I start getting drowsy without any drug info. Well, no, where I start getting drowsy without melatonin, because one of my other prescriptions also makes me drowsy. Just not enough for me to sleep. And like occasionally I can get some sleep without it, but for the most part I can't. So I took my former doctor's advice and I did something physical with no screens involved. So I grabbed one of the books, which is one that I knew I wanted to read, but our library doesn't have the ebook. I don't think they have the physical book either. And honestly, after holding a physical book again, I'm like, man, I gotta read more physical books, because I read pretty quickly in general. But the way I tear through a physical book, not literally, I was very careful with this book, but like, you know, it's like 300 something words, and I got like halfway through it just like in the in-between times, and then I finished it at home. And now I have to find a time to give that and the pan that we put my cake in back to them, and then borrow the second volume. Because the first volume leaves off on a fucking cliffhanger. What the fuck? But yeah, so I read that book, and then when we were leaving their house to go to their partner's house on Saturday, I was like, can I bring the book with me? And they're like, yeah. And then my best friend had to leave early, and I was like, I don't want to leave. I don't want to get ready to leave that early. And then their partner was like, I can take you home so that you don't have to. And I'm like, thank you so much. But then I was like, hey, bestie, you gotta remember, like, wake me up at the very least to take the book. To be fair, I ended up awake before them regardless. Somehow they were still the last person awake. But I was like, you gotta, you know, make sure you take your book home, even though I hadn't finished it at that point. And they're like, bro, just take the book home. Like, just keep it until you finish it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, I guess so. So now I have to return it, though. I keep glancing over there because it's on my desk. Anyway, I had lots of yummy food. I had a cake that I put too much icing on. And I came home with a box with some cake flour in it. a thing of brownies that we made Friday night because we couldn't eat the birthday cake. A new thing of baking soda and baking powder that we used like a couple teaspoons of maximum. and a pan that is huge, and also I need to be able to return to them. And a couple, like, you know, like containers that they put the brownies and the pancakes that I made on the morning in, and I'm like, I gotta return these to them also. But on that case, the container they put the pancakes in, the lid didn't fit it. It kept like opening, and I was like, what is this thing's problem? And I'm trying to like properly close it. I'm like, hey, sweetheart, this lid doesn't fit this container. But I kind of assumed they just couldn't find one that did, because I remember them spending a lot of time looking for container lids while I was like doing other cleanup stuff. So I think so. Yeah, so I'm like, what? I don't... Anyway. Should we get into Twilight Princess? Instead of spending a full 30 minutes yapping, we'll only spend 20! That's huge for me. Open Twilight Princess. I always manually click open instead of clicking the stuff that's in the list because I do not trust Dolphin. I mean my very normal and legal GameCube. What do you mean compiling shaders? Again. We already did this shit. I'm not gonna switch back screens because I know how Dolphin is. So, how was everyone else's week and our weekend? Also, at home, we're at that stage of the month where we have food. Like, we're not out of food. It's just everything has to be like a cooked meal. So it's like I can't like just have breakfast. Like, I can't just like have cereal or have leftovers. It's like I gotta do a whole song and dance to cook something in the morning, and I do not have the fucking energy for that at 8:20 in the morning. So I just last night I made some noodles. I made some macaroni noodles and I just put butter and garlic and seasonings in them. And I had the leftovers of that, which was like 4 bites of noodles for breakfast. Singing and dancing, just like some VTuber. Oh, I know. I wish I could sing. Oh, yeah, my friend has a karaoke machine. Oh, we're loaded. Let's go. I should probably put my headphones on at some point, huh? My friend has a karaoke machine. And, forced me to do karaoke. We sang a bunch in the car, too. But they forced me to do some karaoke. And so I sang Ego Renegade Boy. And this was their first time hearing said song. And they were like, holy shit, this is the trans song of all time. And I'm like, it sure is. Frequent Pennywell. That's so real, though. Kirby. I mean, I have chronic fatigue. But, yeah, it's like, even when... What the fuck? Oh, I forgot we were here. Hey... I'm doing karaoke with them. It is the first time I've ever done karaoke with my friends. Actually, you see the coins are freaking out, right? Oh, right, I can't teleport in here. We have a karaoke machine. At least we used to. It might not still be over there. But I only ever, like, did that with my mom. I don't know if that's embarrassing or not. I guess we'll just pick a place to start. We'll go through the grottos because I'm going to forget about them if I don't. And also the pose. But yeah, I've never really done karaoke. I'm tone deaf, so I'm always like embarrassed to even try, you know? Machine at home, but I never used it. I honestly don't know if ours still works, so... That's a chicken. No, that's a heart piece. Ow! I thought it was a bug, and I got excited. Oh no! I'm turning into Agatha. I'm like excited about bugs. Whoops. Okay, there's no grottos over here. We do have to acknowledge that I don't know where the grottos are. These things just appear in everyone's home. I mean, I remember mine was probably a birthday or Christmas gift when I was very young. It's like the kind that like has specific, like, came with like specific CDs for it. But yeah, theirs is much newer, so I don't know where theirs came from. Someone presumably bought it, but you know. It was... It was fun, I just, you know... Cool. I'm embarrassed to sing. I'm tone deaf. You know, I already said that. Me repeating myself could never. So there's like nothing in this area, huh? Wait. But wait. I can get up to that area without going through Kakariko. Right? Yes? Yes. Me going, can I? It's not like you have short-term memory problem. No. Me? I have the best short-term memory. Fuck. Are you for real? I didn't break this one. Hold on. There. Jeez. We're dog mode, baby. Oh shit, my voice. Oh, that was another reason I was gonna take Monday off, is because I knew I'd be talking a lot over the weekend, and I was like, I should give my voice a break. Look what good that did me. One, I had a long phone call yesterday for my appointment, and two, I'm still losing my voice somehow. Despite everything, I'm in a constant state of losing my voice. Why am I looking to... Hey, can you all fuck off? I'm fixing my setup. Are you for real? Bro. Get some help. You're just attacking a dog for no reason. What's wrong with you? There's no way they can know that I'm the hero. They don't know that I'm him. They just saw a wolf and went, I need to kill that. Right? Why are they just attacking a dog? How that's so fucked up. Cancel the fuck, are they Bokoblins? I can never remember which enemies are which, and nailed it! And before I get out of this cutscene and I die to a fire arrow, that'd be really funny. Oh, no, put me over here. Let's go! Today on, listen, my long-term memory, pretty good. My sense of direction, pretty bad. So in combination, I can't remember the exact location. Rocks following type, yeah. Of the grottos I'm looking for. I just know that they exist. There is one in Castletown. I was gonna go to that one first, but then I teleported on instinct, and now I'm all the way over here, so I might as well commit. Keep your mouth shut. Hey guys. Don't talk. You know, let's go to Castletown. You know. Because you know, that thing I just mentioned is why I I let myself, you know, I knew I would have to teleport, so I just let myself die. See the rock, yeah. The rock seemed pretty spider-shaped, but, you know, still. I know, I'm so scary! Shut up. Okay, you're stupid. You are running after the wolf that you're supposedly afraid of. Run the other direction, you dum-dum! God, some people. Some people, they're just so silly. Okay, I do actually need to be a person. We're doing... Ow! This again. It was so fun the last time. Watching me try to get this. There we go. Never mind. Perfectly executed first try. I'm the best. I'm so cool and attractive. Also, can I say, I love my best friend dearly. Really, they mean the world to me. My favorite person in the entire world. Watching them mix brownie batter was psychological damage. It was psychological torment. They cut the strawberries for the cake up perfectly well, but the coolest and attractive. Thanks. You're really inflating my ego. I appreciate it. I love it when people lie to me. No, wait. I don't actually. Even when it's for compliments. That's actually kind of worse. Yo! I was just gonna say that, I forgot this earlier. So I was gonna be like, now that we can go dog mode, we can actually get past the gate here, because you can dig under it. And then, the game just gave me the key, so now I definitely can go. Oh! A Poe! Come at me, Poe! Get it? Like, bro. I know, I'm really funny. Ow! Inflated the ego. Yeah. Yeah, true. It's okay, you can inflate my ego a little bit, because I am... Listen, I make jokes about how I'm like the best ever, you know, because I am. But, my self-esteem is actually kinda low. Ow! Yeah. I can't say that word on YouTube. Fucking hell. Oh my goodness gracious. All you want to do is climb a rock, and everyone has an opinion about it. And the opinion is that you should die, which is kind of fucked up. Did anyone ask the opinion of The Rock? I'm not in contact with, him, so... And also, I really don't see how Dwayne The Rock Johnson's opinion is relevant to the video game, but what do I know? I forgot I was wearing the Zora armor. So, I didn't actually mean to dive down here. I can't even fish. Wait, this boy don't know how to fish. Idiot. Why am I being mean to him? Ah! I forgot about the birds. Sorry. That was legitimate fear. Oh, there's a grotto in Ordon. I'm gonna meet her halfway. Hi, sweetheart. Grab the fish with your mouth? Ew. Sorry, that wasn't even a bit. That was a genuine reaction of disgust. I didn't even I could have made jokes about, you know, him being a dog or something. I don't know. But I was just so genuinely disgusted by the idea of putting a fish in my mouth that I fully didn't. I just like gave up on making jokes. I was like, ew, that's disgusting. And you think dogs fish? With their paws, duh. Idiot. I don't know why my instinct is always to be mean. I'm not to like say that my friends are right, but like I'm usually like a pretty nice person. I need to go the other direction. Unless this is still closed. There you are! I've been looking for you. Hi, can you just wait for me to transform into a dog? Thank you. I used to be so good at this, and now I am not. You're nice. I mean, okay, here's the thing. See, you're a Twitch viewer. You and like Kiwi, like as Twitch viewers, I'm just like, yeah, you're going to antagonize me because I'm a streamer. That's, you know, that's how it goes. And understandable. I antagonize my Twitch streamers too. Fuck, it is still closed. But because of that, I have to be antagonistic first. And I'm never gonna well, I would hope that I'm never gonna actually say anything to get myself cancelled. You know. Unless you go, this streamer was mean to me! They called me an idiot! And then you take the clip and it's very obviously like nothing. Wait, isn't there a Poe up here? I fucking knew it! I forgot about you because it was not nighttime. Because it was daytime, but I remember. Oh. God, I don't know why it's like lagging. I think it's all the birds. That is just actually a Poe soul. That's vanilla. I know, Epona, I also hate what's- oh, it's because it's raining. I was like, what the fuck is happening to the frames? I forgot it could even do that. Can you make it a different time of day so hopefully it stops raining? Oh, I don't think it actually stopped raining. It just became daytime. Minecraft villager ass noise. Okay. I hate Sorry, this is in reference to the phone. To the phone call appointment I had yesterday. I hate when I'm asked a question, and I'm like, I know the answer, technically, but I have to go through like 30 seconds of like trying to bring up the files in my brain. And the person I'm talking to is like, it's okay, take your time. And I'm like, please, I'm sorry, I wish I was a better person. Sorry, Epona. What? I didn't even realize my health was low. I didn't notice at all. This boy was not paying attention. Damn, Epona just abandoned me. She really took my dead body, dropped it, and left it behind. And you know what? I can't even be mad at her for it. I think there's a grotto somewhere in this area, but God knows I don't remember where. Stop! Okay, I'm better now. I needed to cry for a second. I'm fine. Epona, come back. The silence of me being like, I gotta lock in. I cannot be killed going down this area again. No! Oh my god, no wonder I'm getting killed. That's like a two-shot. Stop! You're hitting my poor horse! What did she ever do to deserve this? Her only crime is being associated with me. I didn't realize they hit that hard. Oh no. Probably because I never had this problem back in the day, because I usually, you know, had a bow and arrows and a penchant for violence. Oh no. Oh no, the spider again! Please, sir, I'm so tired. I'm tired of dying, Grandpa. Well, that's just too damn bad. Opponent, you really gotta stop abandoning me if you're just gonna run back anyway. Like, clearly, you love me enough to keep coming back, so... There we go, one more heart. Now we might take 3 attacks to die. Jesus Christ. Now, is there a grotto over here? I don't know. There is a Poe, though, on the bridge. On the bridge. We keep transforming underneath her. Hey, sweetheart. Even though you changed shape, I still understand you. Him! Hurry up and return to your true self. Aw. I remember she said something sweet, but I couldn't remember what it was. Opponent's the best. You- oh my god, I'm gonna fucking kill you. In game. Of course. You gave me rupees? I don't want rupees. Oh my god. What the fuck? Stop! Please. That's just actually a postal! What the fuck? And now there's thunder. Lightning? Very, very frightening. Thunder, lightning, very, very frightening. I don't know Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm just a poor boy. Nobody loves me. And other very relatable statements. Why did this game suddenly decide to put down all of the weather effects? Like, I thought we were chill. Hold on, my nose is running. Why? Oh. Man who's been on this medication for several years, that's why the medication side effects are happening. Stupid. You know, I'm pretty sure this wallet was not in fact given to us by Agatha, but I can't prove that because I don't have the VOD. Whoa. Please, just let me out. I was trying to save. 8:14:26. Now it's 8:21. It feels weird to me to be like, oh, I've streamed once this week, and now I have a weekend of nothing again. But that's how it go. Hi. That was completely unnecessary. I just wanted to. I just wanted to hurt someone in game. There's a sign there? What? You were over there. Why did you run all the way across Hyrule? What? Huh? A permanent sweetheart? That doesn't make no sense. My dearest of girls. What the fuck? Is this rock breakable? Yes. It's just money though, so sucks to suck, I guess. Did I not get that bug? What happens if you do this while you're on Epona? Bye, Epona! Didn't realize that's how that would work. I mean, I kind of suspected. You already told me that! Stupid! That was a new bug, right? Yup. You know what that means? Fish! No, it means that Agatha might have a new reward for us. Woo! Oh, it's gone. Now it's scary time. Actually, no, it's silent right now. Wait! Don't you girls give... Hey, sweetheart. Yeah, can you drop some hearts? Thanks, I was really hurting. Hi, puppy! Hold on. Look, I'm also a puppy. Say, what are you good at? I'm good at picking stuff up. Really? I'd rather be playing in a meadow, but my master doesn't understand. Sucks to suck, kiddo. You should kill him. In game? In game? Bum, 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 bum. I forgot she was scary. I mean, like, musically. Obviously, it's Agatha. Of course she's scary. Here's a butterfly. Oh. I mean, thanks. That's the only bug I hadn't submitted to her, right? Yes. Okay. Bye, Agatha. You freak. I say freak with the utmost affection. As someone who is also kind of a freak. As someone who is also kind of a freak, I say it with the most affection. Oh my god, I didn't even realize we didn't even need to get the gate key. We can just warp over here now. Yo, we can get our first skill item. Oh my god. My life is hard. My life is hard and nobody understands. Remember when I forgot this chest for ages in the last randomizer? No, because it didn't happen. Oh my god, I don't even need that. I mean, I guess it's helpful. There's no grottos over here, right? They're just little patches. Okay. Guys, what do you think the forest temple's gonna be? Oh, you know what? Honestly, I kind of expect it to be the mines. No! 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 Well, bye. We never have to go there again. I made sure City in the Sky checks were turned off because boy does that place hate existing on that computer. So if I remember, this place acts like not this place, but I didn't even need to do that. I was gonna get my the thing out, the boomerang, but apparently if I just wait long enough, it'll do it itself. Since that's less work for me, that's what I'm doing. Anyway, Skull Kid acts like you're on the second visit, right? Oh, we can also do some howling! Oh. I kinda guessed. I don't remember what's... the dumbest way you've ever seen anyone do this. Maybe the stupidest process anyone's ever gone through with this. I don't even remember what song this is. I'm really bad at... Because I know a lot of these are Majora Mask songs. I'm really bad at those songs. I know Ocarina is pretty well. It could be like Saga Healing. I forgot my controller. Oh, I never posted a picture of my controller stick. I gotta do that later. If someone reminds me. But you won't, because nobody's ever helpful. Okay. Sing that song, boy! Really fumbled that one up. Huh? Am I? Hello? What the fuck? Well, I guess we better hope that skill isn't important. Wait. Is the boy not here? This place looks too bright and shiny. Just... Okay, yeah, we can't warp over there. I'm just, you know, making sure. I guess Skull Kid just decided to take a vacation. Just like, I don't need to... I don't want to play with you, actually. Paths of Twilight. It's his postal. Not required. I don't... Postals aren't required, so I'm just getting a ton of them and they're never going to be useful. Huh? Good to know. Got a snail. I know, you're jealous. I love that it sounds like birds, mostly. Can y'all fuck off? No? Are you fucking kidding me? There we go. Now, I'm going to go receive the Master Sword, of course. You know. Oh, okay, well. At least the bombs were, like, actually an item. That's nice. You love to see it. Jeez, Link suddenly got really fast. Make me a boy. Aggressive skipping when you have it set to skip cutscenes is so funny to me. I don't have the Dominion rod, so I can't do anything with those. I wonder what Temple of Time is good. What dungeon in this game is actually in the past? You know? What's back in the Palace of Twilight? You know what? That actually kind of makes sense if you really stretch your brain. It kind of makes sense. This is a dungeon I think I can make some decent progress in. I mean, I need keys, but those keys should be in said dungeon, so, you know. I can essentially only make progress up until you get the souls, but... I don't have the shield move, so... we're just going all violence, all the time. It'll take 7 years, but I will kill this guy. In-game. Because I only have a wooden sword. Honestly, it would probably be faster if I turned into a dog, but I'm committed to the bit now, so... we're here now. Nailed it. Perfectly executed. Maybe the fastest anyone has ever killed him. Cool. Well, there is a chest over there, but I need the thing for it. Okay. I don't... Well... Congratulations to me for being able to make 0 progress in the dungeon I found. You're so impressed. I think at this point the only dungeon I haven't found is Temple of Time itself, so that means that must be an Arbiter's Ground, because that's the only one I can't get to right now. I know Lakebed is... No, I don't know where Lakebed is either. One of them's Palace of Twilight, and one of them is... So... Lakebed and Temple of Time are in Arbiter's Ground and Palace of Twilight's locations. I just don't know which one's which. Nice. I nailed it. I know. You're really impressed. Dang it! It is possible that this dungeon isn't in logic until I get, the sword, but of light. But check this out. Key! Nailed it. That's really cool. Oh, hi. Thank you for coming over here, because I really didn't want to deal with the trip back and forth. Thank you, that was really convenient. I appreciate you not making me run back and forth to hit you for like 3 damage. Fuck. Nice roll, idiot. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna save when I have both keys, just in case I decide it would be more effective to go to the other side. Not that I would ever save stuff. Hi guys, hold on. Is that worth it for you? There's 2 of them. Oh, like actually. There's 3 of them. I don't remember there being this many of them. But it doesn't matter, I'm just too cool for them. As evidenced by me immediately running the wrong direction. Nope. I actually ran the correct direction and then I put myself back in the wrong direction like a doofus. Why am I like this? There's also a lot of chests in here that I can't get to because I only have one claw shot. Transform into a wolf. This is way easier as a dog. Oh no! Mostly because Doglink does more damage. It's like, oh, look at me! I can teleport because I'm a hologram! And I'm like, okay. Bro. Ah! Rude ass. There we go. Damn, dude, did you have to take my frames away for a second there? Fucked up. Note that I'm already a dog, so it really doesn't do anything to me. Oh no, it's so scary! Honestly, as a kid, this thing scared the fuck out of me. This was scarier to me than the wall masters in Ocarina. Like, I thought they were the scariest. Give me a minute, it's really hard to get... Nope. I thought better of my phrasing. I decided not to say that. I am constantly in a state of half dead because I am filled with hubris. Is mainly the problem. Ow! Fuck off! You're lucky I'm in a cutscene. Where'd you come from? Nope. I went the wrong way. Ah! Come over here. I know you wanna. You think this thing is so cool and shiny and you wanna come over here and lay your fingies on it. Don't say fingies. Maybe even all the way over here, yeah? Okay. You're so lucky, it's so hard to aim with this thing. Haha, idiot. Not that hard, though. And as soon as I figure out which direction I'm going, it's over for you. Though I am realizing it probably would have been more effective to go through the other door. Wait, aren't there chests down here? Maybe not. But me being wrong? That's ridiculous. I'm never wrong. Except for all the times in which I am. Where is he? Oh. Missed! Which is weird, because I've never done that before. I was getting ahead of myself. I'm scared of the hand, okay? I admit it. It wasn't just in childhood. I'm still scared of it. I still think it's spooky, okay? Not all of us can be brave. Some of us are scared. Okay. I'm doing all of this. I still... It admittedly might just be more effective to have gone through the other doors, but I'm committed now. I'm here. Congratulations on not being tall anymore. I know that that's a really... It's really hard being a tall boy. I was tall once. And then everyone outgrew me. I really can bring this all the way over here. Can I bring it through this door? Nope. Damn. That was my key to victory. Do we have to cutscene for every single one? Eek, it's him! Okay. Really useful thing, huh? Nice, you nailed it. Can I... Oh no, oh no, the game crashed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I guess I'll just have to restart it. And you know, use the keys on the other side. Oh no! What a tragedy! Nobody's ever suffered as much as me right now. Was it believable? Did you buy it? Did you believe me? Dun, 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 dun. This is familiar. This seems way easier than the other side. Probably because you're supposed to do this one first. See, I'm just doing the game as it's supposed to be done. In this randomizer. Didn't realize he could climb that. Oh my god. Fuck you. I don't even drop health. What a scam. I forgot I wasn't a dog and I pressed the sense button. Sometimes you forget you're not a dog, okay? It happens. For me, it's usually a cat, but still. Floor money. Money for the floor. Doesn't fit in my wallet, so it's going on the floor. Activate dog mode, let's go. I guess you gotta keep hitting him or he'll just teleport away. Like a coward. Okay, well, it doesn't really seem effective to teleport right next to the person you're trying to avoid getting hit by. Just seems like a bad idea, Zant. I might rethink that one. Just for future reference. Ow! If I had something better than a wooden sword, you would have been fucked, okay? I just want it on the record. Let's go! Yes, that's just so scary. I was a little scared that I was too far over the ledge, but I'm just that cool, you know? Never punished. No. Wow, absolutely none of you hit me. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing, and you should feel ashamed of yourself, actually. I know, game, thank you. That's nothing. That's nothing. I'm just making sure. That's also nothing. Okay, cool. So, both sides of this accomplished approximately the same amount, which is to say, nothing. So I definitely need 1, the double claw shot, and 2, the Sword of Light. Now, one of those is kind of a problem because I have the wooden sword currently, so I have to get several sword upgrades. Well, okay. We can go get one Howling Stone reward. We also have a bug for our dear friend Agatha, who is not scary and will not kill us for bugs, of course. You and I lie? Okay. So... imagine if I remembered what I just said. The skill. I remembered. I got there. I remembered. I don't know why the other Hellstone won't activate. Because it's usually you don't need multiple...
You aim
At the same time, but what do I know? Wait. Sorry, that's not what I meant. It's down below, but usually you can have multiple active at the same time, so I don't know why that other one isn't turning on. But we'll try our best. We actually do have quite a few howling stones we can interact with now, so that's another thing besides grottos. Yes, I brought you a friend. It's a snail. Girl, where do you have that? Is the first postal reward 20 or 30? Or 40, I don't know. Doesn't matter because apparently postals aren't required. There's... Oh! There's a Poe over here! No, I got this one, didn't I? I did this literally earlier. I'm sorry, I forgot. Me having memory. I only remembered because I remembered killing one on the stairs. I was like, oh wait. Oh wait. What's the item? A key? Cool! I mean, that'll be useful if I can ever get into the fucking desert. Okay, howling stones. There's one here. Back here somewhere. There's one in Zora's domain, right? Said with the utmost certainty, clearly. Hi guys, calm down. I have stuff to do. Hey, I know this one. I know this one. Do I remember which song it is? No, but I do remember it. That's not... The other one was Song of Healing, right? So I don't remember what this one is. Ah! Why is it over here? Map. Where? Oh no. Oh no. Is it on the other side? Keep hitting the trigger instead of the bumper for Z. And the trigger does fuck all, so... If anything, maybe now that I've reloaded the area, I can try the other howling stone again. Now you'll work, right? What is your problem? What the fuck? Oh, I'm an idiot. I mean, we all knew that, but I remember where it is. Like, where's this dog? Down here. It's an Ordon. Oh yeah, I was talking about the food situation earlier. The actual bigger problem is... That's a purple rupee. The actual bigger problem is that we're like really low in sugar, which doesn't sound like a problem. You know, sugar is bad for like tea and lemonade, kind of a necessity. I'm gonna pick this up even though it's floor money. Just to get rid of it. You know, on the bright side, we did need to go back to Ordon. Because... I never got the thing in my house! That required the lantern. I never went back there. Somebody out there would have had that thought the second I got the lantern and been so mad. Like, this motherfucker never checked his house. True. But also, I've never fucked any moms, despite my best efforts. Of which there was none. No offense to all the MILFs out there, I just haven't had the opportunity. The only moms I've met are my friends, and they are not... Listen, some of them are really conservative. So that, wasn't worth it, but... Okay, can I make a confession? I've already forgotten what I just picked up, but I just know it wasn't important enough for me to acknowledge, so I'm gonna pretend that I remembered. It was probably like a postal or something. Or rubies? I probably would have been madder if it was rubies, so it's probably a postal. I can be a dog now! You know what that means? Fish! No, it actually doesn't mean fish. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Minna! You don't want to go up? Up, up. It's our moment, or whatever. I never watched the movie. It absolutely seems like the kind of movie I would watch. I just haven't. I forgot we can't do it that way. Now that... Bro! Why are you locking your doors at night? I hit the wrong button. What are you afraid some... Eventually I'll press the correct button. I got it. I got there. I also need to be a boy to open doors. Which is stupid. Link's got 2 paws. He can figure it out. Just a sec. Or Midna could open the door for us if she wasn't a coward. Nice, Midna. That's on you, bro. That one's not my fault. I was trusting you to guide me. What's the shield? Oh. Well, that's actually useful. Okay. Dominion Rod it is. Hi, kitty. I still don't know how to fish yet. Because I don't have a fishing rod, so you're gonna have to wait a lot longer. I don't know what to tell you. I can get that rupee over here, but I'm pretty sure that's just like actually the rupee. That is a lantern? Not a claw shot or a boomerang. Am I? What the fuck? Where'd it go? Am I losing? I swear I saw it before I transformed. I might slightly be losing my mind. This is what I'm discovering. But only slightly. So, you know. Maybe you are only supposed to be able to see it from up here? I was so sure I could see it. Until, you know. Nope, that is just money. It did not get randomized. Okay, but there's still a grotto over here. There's also several grottos that I ran past and couldn't find. There it is. No need senses, I got instinct, baby. Oh god, there's rats! I like rats in real life, but not so much in the game where they're gonna attack me. Although it seems more like I'm just attacking them, which feels kind of... Okay, that one attacked me. There we go. Phew. I was starting to think I might be the evil one here. But don't worry. I'm still completely justified in everything I do. And other things evil people definitely wouldn't believe. Even though that's like the most... the thing that most evil people do. I'm super justified in this thing that is horribly evil because of this. It's like, no you're not. What? It's not how it works, Busty. Busty? It's not how it works, Busty! Well, if we go to Kakariko with the Dominion Rod... Because this is the busted one. Can we get people to acknowledge it, or... I did not know what to do with the fact that I was in the building. I'm climbing in your windows! Aw, won't let me. Dang it! Hello, everyone! Look at this! Look at this rock! You don't want it. Look at it! Look! Hi, Elia. None of you are useful. Hello. Look at this. Skankin'? Yeah, no shit. I know that. We all know about the sky cannon. It leads to Arbiter's grounds, I think. I can get the other bug. I'm thinking. Where else are there howling stones? Wait, I can teleport up here? This whole time? I never know which warp spots you can just have unlocked by default when you start a randomizer. Apparently, this one. Oh god, I just remembered. I just remembered last randomizer's skiing experience. Because obviously it was really great. I was like so cool. I got like all of the items first try. It was like really impressive. That's bombs. Fuck, I missed. Guys, I hate to tell you, there's gonna be a lot of skiing. There's gonna be a lot. I just need everyone to be aware. Oh, man! Oh, jeez. I'm real bad at this. I mean, really good. Maybe the best you've ever seen. Oh, the fishing rod! I need that. Probably? I don't know. I kind of forgot about Snow Peak. Ah! One of those was a trap, apparently. Okay. And none of them were these items. Okay. I am going to go to the bathroom really quick, and then we will start a series of me teleporting up there and trying to do the skiing minigame over and over again until I get all of the items. It'll be really cool and fun. I will be right back. Every time I have to pee and I go... Well, every time I have to pee, in my head, I just hear Chibi going, "Little piss boy," and I don't think I can ever forgive her for that. It's a joke, it's a joke. You know what isn't a joke, though? We're doing this again. I'm gonna do all this and then find out I have to do this a bunch later because I can't actually get much done in this dungeon, and then I'll cry.
Do you feel bad?
Make me a human being so that I can go skiing. They don't let dogs go skiing. I just realized why the fire arrows were doing so much damage. I just started walking down the mountain. I kind of wish it would let you. That'd be really funny. It's like, you can try. I don't know how much you're gonna get done, but have fun, I guess. I gotta stop pressing forward all the time. It's really fucking my whole shebang up. Okay, that's a map. I missed whatever that is. It's hard to tell because everything's so bright. That's also a map. Or it's a letter. Oh no, it could be a letter. I wonder who it's from. You just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Okay, that's a map. For sure. Unless... No, it's a map. Okay. I, at the very least, know that there is a... Okay, I missed both of those. They... Might be rupees, but I still want to pick them up so I have them. There's so little control. I should have turned some of these checks off, but I was like, I got them all last time. So why not? No! No! Oh man. I gotta really hope none of that's important, because I don't think I even managed to get the stuff that was over there last time. It was just arrows last time, so it wasn't important. Good miss, idiot. See, that one didn't look like a rupee. It might be, but... I mean, that's obviously a rupee. No! No, no, no! Fishing rod! No! No! I know I'm dying! Shut up! I'm in my own personal hell. Skiing. I love the snow, but Zelda this game really... Okay, that is... I missed it. Those are maps. Yeah, for sure. I was pretty sure, but I'm never 100% sure of anything. Oh, there is a Poe. I keep skiing around it. I don't think I could manage to do that on purpose if I was trying to. No! Just follow your death, Link. It's worth it. Or don't, I guess. I've never struggled this much to actively try and fall to my death. There we go. A quarter of a heart and a dream. The dream is grabbing the last couple items that I keep missing. And before one of them's an ice trap, which would be kind of funny, Greg Miller. What was that? What was that? It almost looked important. What is it? This is purgatory, actually. Oh my god. 1 rupee, let's go. Nice, perfect, that's what I wanted. I'm surprised they didn't kill him, but that's fine. Rest in peace, Link. Oh no! Anyway. I actually now have more health. I'm scared of going fast, because it's hard to control. But if you're not going fast enough, you won't make any of the fucking jumps. I'm gonna fucking lose it. What was that? What was that? It wasn't a trap. Wait. Was that the iron sword? Did I just get a sword upgrade? I have so many questions. That's one of the downsides of this. Besides, you know, all the other downsides. Is it's so... That's a letter! That's a letter! I wonder who it's from! That could be our key to the desert! It could be the sketch of the fish. Either way, useful. No, I still have the wooden sword, so I don't know what that was. It could have been an ice trap. The chances are not 0. Because it sure wasn't a compass. I guess it could have been a key? There is still a key out there for the overworld. I know that's $20, but I don't know what the third one is. Yes! Let's go! Yes! That's our key to the desert! Let's go! Now we just need to be able to fish! I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Oh my god, I don't know if I remember to turn off the race checks. The checks for racing, Yeto and Yeta, I mean. I just didn't like how that sounded. Wasn't a fan of how that one sounded. My aim is so fucking bad, bro. a good thing in normal gameplay this is just rupees, because the way I never... Woo! Oh man, that would have been really cool if I didn't die! That would have been so rad. I did all that. I got back on the course. I turned. I made it. I don't have a fishing rod. Was that an ice trap? After all of that, was that a fucking ice trap? Guys, I can't take this anymore. I just can't take it anymore. Why is the game so mean to me? No, I signed up for this when I decided to do a randomizer. I technically can't be mad, but I'm still a little upset. Spaghetti. When I was a kid, I could never do that path. Now I actually find it harder to do the basic path. It's weird how you grow as a person. Or in my case, devolve mostly. What the fuck? Alright. Yep, there's one ice trap. There's probably two. And I'm upset. Fine, whatever. What? Temple of Time? I was joking, but I'll take it. I didn't actually think it would be Temple of Time, but you know. Ooh, I got like no lantern oil. I am Don't say that. They say that you can struggle in Frozen. Yeah, well, I struggle all the time. There you go. I really don't know why you bother to travel with me. I seem to only fail all the time. I seem to only make things worse. Maybe that's a little Temple of Time key? Who could have seen that coming? Me? Because the keys are locked to the dungeon? Because I got real sick of running back and forth between two dungeons because it was like City in the Sky has a Temple of Time key that has a City of Sky key that has an Arbiter's Ground key that has a Temple of Time key so that you can get an Arbiter's Ground key so that you can get the final Temple of Time key. And it was like, I'm tired of it. I don't know if it's entertaining, but it's mostly just tedious. Let's go! We have a metal sword! Bro, we've grown so much. No, I gotta pick it up. It's gonna bother me that it's sitting there even though it'll disappear. Thank you. I forgot to make the bottle sound. Oh. Nope, excuse me. I'm ignoring you. Oh, there's a lot of you. I guess I'm not ignoring you. Hold on. Perfectly executed. For real, for once. I didn't realize how much I used the backslash until I didn't have it. Okay. I got a bunch of maps earlier. Well, I say a bunch. I got at least 2 maps earlier. I don't know what they were. Hi. Excuse me. I didn't notice you. We don't have to fight. See? You could just be chill. And I won't kill you violently. It'll be great for both of us, really. Though there is a problem with having the keys set to their own dungeons, which is that it reduces the number of checks that are going to be, like, potentially important. Potentially important checks. Because, like, if keys were fully randomized, anything in here could be important. But because they're locked to dungeons, it's like most of the stuff is just going to be keys. Right. You're supposed to have the spinner. But I barely know her. So, I guess that's about as far as I can get. Ow! I didn't think I was close enough to deserve that, to be honest. I do have the Dominion, so... Now I can get this bow. Okay. Worth it? Ow! Can I guess it doesn't matter, actually.
Captain, those 6 you need to be with me.
Okay. Let's go to Lake Hylia. Now that we have, the letter, we can get to the desert. I made donuts last night. And I put a caramel glaze on them because we have the caramel syrup. It's very good. Were they all overcooked? Yes, because I baked and air fried them instead of frying them in oil. I should have fried them in oil because they would have been better. But I was being lazy. I didn't want to deal with it. Wait, we need to go like this way to get to the... cavern of ordeals. A place that I foolishly did not turn the checks off for, so... the chances of it being important are not zero. Hello! Dayfly? As opposed to a nightfly. Can you get on this, Link? Thank you. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I can't really get anything done here. Sorry, sweetheart. That was fast and I'm lazy. The moon! I've never really looked at the moon in Twilight Princess. That's pretty. Shout out to the, like, 8 times I died over here. Because it's so little space. Look at this! There's so little space. But I have learned and grown. And I did it perfectly. Honestly surprised. Honestly, surprised I didn't get my shit rocked again. I didn't know until today that you could do that. You guys think I should test myself? You know, really try. For Cave of Ordeals floor 17. Cave of Ordeals 33 is a piece of heart. Rupee! The Boron Spring Water Rush is a trap. Oh, cool. Good to know. Didn't I already do that and discover that? Gee, thanks for telling me something I already knew and telling me that all of that sucks and is not useful to do. Ooh, I don't have a bow, so I can't really go sniping. I just have to try my best. To not get my shit rocked while I try to get from the camp into the actual... No! There we go. Sucks for that guy. And that sucked for me. But I have a metal sword now. And... my god, Link. It's really not impressive when I say, look at what I can do, and then I stab the ground like an idiot. There! That's what I was trying to show off. Anyway. There's some chicks out here, let's go. Okay, I was on the other side. I was on this side. Okay. But this one. But this one. And then this will have the Dominion Rod for real. Or $20. That's also an option. Could always be $20. You know, the Cave of Ordeals thing did not tell me what the Great Fairy reward is, so there's a non-zero chance still that it's useful. But boy, I have never beaten the Cave of Ordeals without having the magic armor. I just got the magic armor, got rich, and then I just would equip it whenever I was facing an enemy I wasn't certain about. God. Speaking of getting rich, I have no wallet space. Is there not? A Poe over here at night? I knew it! My voice cracked. Ow. Let's... oh my god! You guys never have anything useful. My life is hard. Now, luckily, I have the key for the camp, so I should be able to just... I know! You guys have never seen a dog before. It's really scary. Special note for me! Hello, sir. We've actually never met before. I guess I should be a boy. This is our first time meeting, and you're really mad at me, and I don't understand why. But it's okay. Ow! Okay, it's less okay now? Kinda not okay at all. I guess he would usually have the Master Sword by now. I was like, why is he so tough? The Pinkman is a sex creature. He's just... Listen! Have you considered... He deserved it? Have you considered he deserved it? It's not a good excuse, actually. It's probably maybe the worst excuse I could make. I tried it. I honestly, I saw your username, and I went, that can't be correct. Like, wait a minute, that is Trideath. Hi. Oh no, the fire! Your emails are so cute. Whatever. Fuck. Whatever, what we do. Where's the X hit? There we go. My dumb little cat brain can't remember directions. Yay, we made it to Arbiter's Ground, which is definitely a Poe. Which is definitely yeah. Yep, okay. Well, I just mentioned the magic armor earlier as like my only successful way to get through the Cave of Ordeals because I suck at combat. And it really went, I got you.
Chrome tree again.
Not even the place. I actually specifically, I was gonna make some joke about, I actually have a vendetta against the dead specifically, but I couldn't find a way to make it funny, so just pretend I made a really funny joke. I'm gonna fucking lose it! I mean, wow! $5! Huge! It's great. Ah! I'm gonna drown. Oh, I do have water bombs. I'm like, I might actually be able to do lake bed. Ah! Great start. Fantastic start of me just immediately running directly into an enemy. I have iron boots, I have cloche on. It's real wet in the desert. I get, you know what? A desert needs an oasis. That's ow. Wait. Idiot. That's fine. This is just, see, they had an oasis and they were like really scared that it was going to disappear in the desert. So like, well, if we never turn the water off, clearly that'll make sure we always have water. That's how that works, right? That wouldn't like use up the water. That'd be ridiculous. You don't need a call shot, idiot. You're not even supposed to have it. I don't have arrows! Oh, yeah, all the water's here now. They're like, it's starting to dry up. We better make sure that all of the water stays on all the time. It made the rest of it dry up, but that's ridiculous. So, actually, I was like, I can do this whole thing. He was wrong, of course, but he really believed it. Can you not, like, get up here? Thanks, PC. So guys, I might have lied to you. I know that I've never done that because I've never made a mistake in my life. But I actually don't think that I can do this because I don't have arrows. I need a bow so bad. No! Not the AI data center. That's its worst possible fate, actually. I'm trying to think. I know, I struggle with that, but here... I'm an idiot! I can be a dog! I'm sorry. Ah! Are we good? Oh, geez, why are we... Okay, so... that was weird. It was like... OBS, everything related to OBS, so the chat, OBS itself, the alerts, like, suddenly, everything went black, and then it came back, and now it says I've dropped, like, a lot of, well... It says I dropped frames, and, oh man. Oh, gee. I don't know what happened. Minna, can you... like, take... Whoa! That's them, officer! They... Oh, hi! Speaking of being able to turn into a wolf now, I forgot about you. Ow! I was pushing the button, why didn't it... Ah! This is so stupid. I don't know why I'm having a problem up here. Can you give me... Oh, this just like lets me in here. That makes sense. I just didn't think about it. Quick, give me hearts! Oh, okay, or just give me a bunch of rupees I throw on the floor. Floor money. You know, that's so true. I guess you'll just have to commit regular arson. For legal reasons. For legal reasons, that's a joke. I would never suggest something so horrific. What is my problem? Oh. Just a bit of it. Yeah, I mean, you gotta. What else are you gonna do with it? Leave it on the floor? That's ridiculous. You gotta get your grimy hands all over it. Really get your prints all over the money so that if someone finds it, they know it belongs to you and not to take it. That's how it works, right? Is that correct? Now here's a question that none of you can answer. I mean, maybe you can. I don't know. Where the fuck was Arbiter's Ground? I don't remember which dungeon is which. Wait. Wait. My brain might work. I know this is shocking to everyone who has ever heard me speak or been in my presence. But I might have a brain that works. Uh-huh. Of course. You gotta get your prints all over that money. Rare form of me actually remembering what the fuck. I was right! I mean, of course, I knew that. I should probably not have the Zora armor equipped while I'm in the desert. Hold on, I'll figure it out. Brains are supposed to work. To my knowledge, no, but people always seem surprised that mine doesn't, so I guess so? But that seems ridiculous, because when do they ever? Shout out to last week when I had to take a cognitive test. I didn't have to, it was optional. Because it's for monitoring, but they were like, yeah, so some of it pretty average, some of it, you know, actually pretty good, and the rest really bad. And I'm like, cool. Good to know. Hello! Ma'am? I just assume because Twilight Princess, like, copies, you know, well, like the formula of Ocarina that you're a ma'am. I don't want to misgender you, though. Yo, we got a bow! You can be president? Listen, all I'm saying is I do a better job. Not that that's a high bar, but still. Not to be political. Yeah, you shoot yourself into the sky to get... Listen, sometimes you have to go up to get down. Sniff? Sniffa? I mean, it seems like I helped, right? This is... She seems really at peace. You know. Dig! The only reason I couldn't make any progress in this dungeon. Because I didn't know how to dig. Link can't dig with his people hands because he's a coward. He won't just put his nails in the dirt. Oh, you're so scary! Okay, can I make it? I think I said, like, I was really scared of the redeads in Twilight Princess, but my confession is I actually found the Wind Waker redead scarier. And you may be thinking, Moonlight, you said you didn't ever play Wind Waker. I didn't. But I've watched people play Wind Waker, and they're spooky! How do I get out of here? I know there's a way. Oh, over there. Hello? Is this not right? I ask as it very obviously isn't right. But what if? Hear me out. Oh! Guys, I'm stupid. The boss. Listen, at least... Okay, my last Twilight Princess randomizer, every time Link rolled, it was like an explosion sound, and I personally thought that was pretty funny. But I also am stupid, so I am much easily amused. Ah! I didn't even get hit. I don't know why I made a sound about it. It's so complicated. How is anyone supposed to figure that out? Box puzzle. Puzzles for boxes. I don't know why I'm like this. No! I saw it coming and I just didn't stop it. That's right, I have arrows now. Haha! I am very cool. Says no cool person ever. Blink, you're so strong. I'm sorry, I forgot that's not actually his name. Him! You're so strong. I don't know, I always remember there being something. Yeah, where's the pyramid puzzles, actually? Well, isn't that just what tomb raiding is? Pyramid puzzles. It makes sense to me. I don't know if that... I don't know if that joke makes sense to anyone else, but... That's fine, I'm my target audience. Shout out to... was it last Friday when I... expertly solved all of the box puzzles. Only to... You're so scary! No! Honestly, I think the thing that makes these less scary is that they don't grab you, they just attack. Like, they'd be way scary if they grabbed onto you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, when I expertly solved the box puzzle, and then it gave me a trap. That was really fun and cool. I really liked that one, actually. Can you tell how happy I was? It was a trap, right? I'm pretty sure it wasn't rupees. The statue was just... That's so fair, though. That puzzle is a pain in the buttocks. The baby skeletons. They're just little guys. Ow! Little guys with pointy, sharp... I mean, I'm normal. Somehow I still managed to get hit. Dodged out of the way and still got myself hit. You know, like an expert gamer. Maybe even the best gamer? And other lies? How do I open this? I don't remember. Never mind, I'm a genius. Yes, exactly. Hello, ma'am! I forgot I can only grab you when you're less translucent. Because you're a special girl. Ow! I have no depth perception. I'm sorry. You think the fact that I have almost 20/20 vision, it's like 20/20 minus 1 vision, that I have better depth perception, but nope. Thanks! Why do you have that? You're a lot. You are literally in the sky with a map for the snowy place up north. Why? Why do you have that? Why did you steal that from Yeto and his lovely wife, Yetta? Aren't there bugs here? I thought there were bugs. That's just a piece of heart. I mean, Ah! No, they're rats. Ah! Hey guys. Maybe I shouldn't kill all of the rats at once. That... Oof. Just the absolute horrible frame drop. be fair, listen, real life rats they're just little guys. You know, when they don't have horrible diseases. But these rats are evil and ghosts, apparently. Which I didn't know ghosts could be evil. Wait. Yeah. I didn't know ghosts could be evil and other stupid ass statements I've made. Just today alone. Okay, I did already grab that. I could pull this as a person, but it's funnier to make like— ah! I forgot about these. You interrupted my pulling. Don't do it. Don't even think about it, bucko. Yeah, that's right. That's right, you're scared of me, I know. I forgot. Midna can't open a chest for us. Oh, huge! No! Hey, I think I made it, okay? I don't care what the game says. I was definitely in the middle of the circle, and maybe Link would have had a few broken bones, but he could get over it, okay? Like, oh no, I broke my tibia. Get over it. I don't even remember which bone the tibia is. See, Link, you're fine. God. True. I only have water bombs. Oh, I can do the stuff with the challenge now. That'll blow you up, right? I don't have to kill you and then do it. Aw, man. What an asshole. Wouldn't just blow up. Kiwi! Hi. You know, there's a lot of sand. Does that count? My dumbass not actually reading the map. Oh yeah, I remember that. But that's too good a Zelda advice. I'm gonna fucking do nothing that would get me in trouble. It's like, that Zelda advice is too good. You're not Kiwi. You're an imposter. Yeah, there's only sand in the sky. You know. Imagine if I could read a map. Just imagine for a second. Isn't it really cool and impressive? I didn't trust my memory because I was very convinced that I was remembering the Wii version. No, you don't understand. The wettest place in the world is the desert. Duh. And obviously the desert in the sky. Keep up. fake desert fan doesn't even know the truth. What the fuck am I talking about? Hello, ma'am! I like your skull? No, this one! If you do, remember to go to the doctor. Before you die, don't die. While you're watching me, that'd make me sad. No! Oh my god. I can't see shit. Getting Link to lock onto the correct one is actually the hardest part. It's like, I know which one it is! Locking on to her? Pain in the ass. Explaining the bit. No, I'm kidding. I've said in the past that, like, if someone is genuinely confused, I will explain any joke. The comedy is not worth being mean to people. Except for Kiwi. No, I'm kidding. I just choose one person. I'm like, except for you? Fuck you. I don't... Uh-oh. I've made a mistake. Uh-oh. Okay, any joke that I have made. I have the distinct feeling you're about to make a stupid-ass joke. Please explain the American government. Bad. Found the don't stand there spot. Yeah. I'm really good at that. Did I miss one of them? The fuck? Elected the wrong annoying one. Yeah. I mean, true. True, and you know what? Based. Oh my god, hold on. I might be stupid. I say, knowing that the might is a pretty strong definitely. How do I live without you? I want to know. How do I breathe without you? I don't remember the lyrics to the song I'm referencing, which really doesn't help the joke. I know I have to be- I knew I had to spin the thing. I'm just stupid. I gotta spin right round, baby, right round. Like a record. Baby, right round. Now how the fuck do I get up there while it's open? You think I'd remember, considering the amount of times that I've beaten this game? But that would require that I have a brain that works. And, well, we all know that. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I mean, I'm the smartest boy in the world. Ignore all evidence to the contrary. I'm throwing for the bit, you know. I'm clip farming, ignore. You know how it is. Anytime I mess up, it's for the bit, and definitely not reflection on my inability to do things. Owie! Owie! Thank you for your soul. I will. Oh my god, why 20 rupees, huh? At this point, just give me a trap. At least it's not going on the floor. That's like the only thing, right? It's just murder. Okay. This room is just for murder. You know how it is. Many such cases. Some of them. You know what? Fair. My soul is probably worth like one bag of hot Cheeto fries. Mostly because that's like 50% of what my what I was consuming for like 10 years. At a certain point I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna be nauseous no matter what I eat, I might as well fucking eat spicy chips. God, I want hot chip. Sorry guys, I'm like really hungry. I'm just like, I want hot chip and I want mint ice cream with graham crackers so that I can have the thin mint experience without, you know, the fact that I'm not able to get thin mints right now. And God, I just want a burger. I really just want a burger. Which the only thing stopping me is I don't have buns. I also don't have tomatoes, but like, that's fine. I'll eat a burger with just pickle. I'm scared of jumping. I don't want to do it. But I will. Bye. Oh, he didn't even take any damage. Psh. Loser. Oh, that can't you just, is it clockwise or counterclockwise? Counterclockwise. I don't have a key. Damn it. A key? Please? I don't know why I didn't expect that. I literally saw the other entrance, went, I guess you probably can't just walk straight to the chest, and I still tried, though. You can't fault me for trying. What if this time was different? You know? Hey, are you gonna be cool? Of course not. Go! I mean, perfectly executed as planned. There's not even anything over here. I just going over. It's a thin dipped mint Oreos, but I don't think they make mint. You know what, that would make sense. I pushed the wrong direction. I think, I mean, you can at the very least still get just like normal mint Oreos, like normal mint Oreo thins. They just don't dip them. So no dip? Am I stupid? Yes, don't. I have a key? Where'd I get this key? My memory is fucked up. Oh. Wait, no, you can do this without the okay, hold on. I am definitely not cheating. This is how it's supposed to be done. Is it the other side? I might have gone on the wrong side. I forgot. You know what? True. Listen, the lore isn't that my memory is good. It's just... That I remembered something. I don't know. Nobody cares. No, nobody asked, actually. Who asked? I need to go back this way. Whee! Oh, nice. Spin me right round. I'm essentially just actually completing this dungeon at this point. Wait, I learned something. Wild way to say that. I didn't know you could do that until this year. Like a few months ago or something. I don't remember what prompted... I forgot that happened if you were holding something heavy. Which makes sense. Just didn't occur to me. Anyway. YouTube started recommending me shorts about Twilight Princess. Probably because I looked up a guide or something. Oh no! Wait, that worked. Idiot. Can't even handle a little bit. Can't even handle being slightly hit by a ball and chain. What a loser. I'm way cooler than that guy. Anyway. So that's how I learned that. A short popped up talking about how you can break that with the ball and chain. What the fuck am I doing? Yeah, essentially. Or it's like that, or I'm watching someone else do a randomizer of something, and I'm like, you can do that? How the ow? Fuck you. How do I can hear the rats, they must be ghosts. Oh, there go my frames. One day. If we all believe hard enough, we can get him to... Hey guys, I might be blind. Remember how I said I had 20/20 vision? My vision? Fine. My perception? Bad. Listen, I learned how to Mito skip in OT, and I was maybe the most proud of myself I've ever been in my life. So, whatever that says about me as a person. Oh my god, yeah. Oko, you're really deep in this dungeon, girl. I do appreciate that she does not acknowledge that I'm a wolf now. She's just like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like literally every hour something new is recalled. And I'm like, bro, I already can't afford to eat. You don't need to make it harder. I promise, I already know. You spin me right round, baby. Spooky! Hold on. The buttons are hard, okay? Not in a fun way. Worth it. Perfectly executed. What am I doing? Who am I? Nailed it. And I'm going to equip anything else so that I don't accidentally waste all of my bombs. Not that I've ever, made such a mistake where I accidentally, say, threw a bomb like 17 times. Couldn't be me. Sounds fake. Fuck. Sounds fake. You know, every time I do an OOT randomizer... Oh my god, I forgot about the bug problem. Every time I do an OOT randomizer, Link's like rolling sounds and climbing sounds end up being screaming about 90% of the time. So honestly, Twilight Princess... the sounds for Twilight Princess are kind of, you know, an upgrade. God, I really thought I didn't make it again. I was gonna crash out. I was gonna lose my mind. Weird! Why can't Midna open this specific door? Do you think something important is behind this door? Shout out to this thing that we will never really get a new lore explanation. Hey, I pushed the wrong button. You won't believe this. I love that it made me turn into a human because I have to break that, but then it's like I have to be a wolf anyway, again. Oh my god! Going down, come on, boy. Oh, you're real now. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. Listen, sometimes it takes a while. Today on, Moonlight can't aim with a controller. Just save. Oh my god. It really hates this guy. It's because of all the mist. Haha, got your toes! Got your tootsies. Don't call them that. Me to myself, hey, don't say that. The words you just used? Stop it. Get some help. Yeah, I did that perfectly on purpose. That definitely was not an accident that allowed me to dodge that. I like that the bow equipped the sound of the bow is the equipping sound. I mean, honestly, same. Arbiter's Ground was, I think, maybe the coolest dungeon to me when I was a youngin'. When I was an even littler guy than I am now. Nice. Nailed it. I did get a hit off, so you know. Also, I just like spooky stuff. Which is a surprise to everyone. No, I'm kidding. Me, a person who started streaming because I wanted to play Resident Evil randomizers? Couldn't be. I like spooky stuff? No. Everyone pretend to be shocked, I guess. Would you go down? I know I don't have the Master Sword, which means I'm doing probably like half the damage I need to, but this is really tedious. Obviously you're gonna die. Probably like technically already dead, so like why not just give up? Kind of fucked up. Link! It's my fault. I don't know why I blame Link. I do know why. I don't want to take accountability for my failures. Then maybe just too real for a second. I don't want to acknowledge that I suck. So it's Link's fault. Except for when it's actually the controller's fault, which is quite often because this controller is literally falling apart. Come on. Oh, you're so scary! You also just do a really good job of using skeletal enemies. For design, but like they're not... They don't all look like the same enemy, just slightly to the left. Just blaming the two... Yeah! That's why. So it's completely that. I'm gonna be stuck in this room when this doesn't give me the spinner. But it will give me the spinner! Okay. Take me away, Midna. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to learn anymore. I don't want to see anymore. Okay. I pushed the wrong button. I pushed A, which is X, too quickly. Don't laugh at me. I'm sad. Oh, what am I'm a stupid. I'm a stupid, yeah? I should have just left the dungeon. I'm going back here anyway. I forgot that it was scary over here. Sorry, it startled me. Okay. This... This and a little bit of this. A mission for the way to success. What is the it's not an equation. It's not the equation for success. What the fuck is the term? Just me going, I started making a joke, and then I realized I don't actually know what the words are, so now I just look really dumb. Which I am, but like, come on. It's like, I may be stupid. That's it. It happened all the time. It's like I do know like a term, and I start saying something that includes that term, and then like halfway through, I've forgotten the term I started the sentence for. So now I just look like a loser. That's a joke, obviously. Not knowing words doesn't make Not knowing words doesn't make you a loser. What I just did now is what makes you a loser. Exactly! See, Tridus, you get it. You understand me. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself in game. In Minecraft. I'm gonna load up Minecraft just so I can put myself into a pit of lava. You know, the thing I'm already doing. Hold on, check this out. I can drink goop. That is literally why I picked that up, because I'm like, I'm so bad at video games. Which is why I decided to make... Sometimes I think that I sound... like my voice goes up in pitch, so I sound younger whenever I get upset. And sometimes I think I just sound stupid. I'm losing it, guys. I'm falling apart at the seams over here. I didn't even need to take the boots off. I do for this one though, because you gotta jump. The timers freak me out even though I know they go for longer than you, like, legitimately need. But I'm nothing if not scared. What? Sure, why not? I'm nothing if not scared is a statement I've made, apparently. Except for when I'm overcome with hubris. Like right now, watch this. Nailed it, I wasn't even worried. Oh, thank God. Oh, is the equipping sound the sword and not the other thing? No, come back! I love you. I love the magnet, but it only likes me for my cool boots. Hello! Apparently there's something over there that I missed. And it could always be important. Beyonds are never zero. If this is a trap, though, I might, like, crash out. Just end stream. It is around the time I would normally end stream, so that wouldn't actually be unusual, but I like to end with, like, something important. Not necessarily important, just, like, significant. Me when I can't remember how to get places. Take me away! Secret place, a great escape. Wait. This has accomplished nothing. I'm not dying, I swear. I'm just dehydrated. I'm not dying. I'm just dehydrated. Well, there's nothing in this cup. One tiny little sip of tea. No, I did it again. I never learned my lesson. Take me away. I didn't know that could happen. Forgot there's like no ridges on this thing. Let's go. Oh, you come out of another door. I just noticed the door symbol. Guys, I might be dumb. I know you're all really surprised and shocked and freaked out, but it's true. Oh, that's right, I have the bow now. I don't actually have to go all the way around, but I'm gonna. Whee! Because I'm already this far, why bother? What the fuck is this chest? Over there. How did I, like, not pick this up last time? I know how. I'm me? Yup! It's exactly what we all wanted. Of course. An ice trap. An avocado! Thanks! I'd rather have an avocado. Avocado. I pushed the wrong button. Damn, I'm really good at this, actually. From I suck, everything's bad too. I'm actually really good at this. Maybe the best you've ever seen. Nailed it. Woo. Rare footage of me actually hitting something that I'm trying to hit. I was like, isn't that supposed to do something? Presumably. You were trying to kill me! That actually made it worse. I don't know why I expected that to make it better. Just put your face directly in the box. That'll help, Moonlight. Somehow, I still hit it. I was really sure I was missing, but I'm just that good. Surprised even myself, honestly. No! Take me away. Thank you. Can you do it a little faster? Thank you. No! No! I don't think you actually even have to be on this to do this. I've just decided. That's the only way. Gotta get these chests. I can't ignore them. Cause I'll forget they're there. I forgot that ladders are water. Which we all know. We all learned that in school. Ladders are water. Oh. Okay. Is this underwater? It is! What? See, I thought there was a chest underwater, but last time I didn't see it, so I went, I guess I was wrong. We have reached the point in the stream where I'm just like in too much pain. The pain! I'll be fine. We can get a little bit further in this dungeon. We can activate a few more checks. I need to be higher up. I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Sure, yeah. That made sense. Of course, that would... Yeah, Link, that's what I wanted you to do. It makes perfect sense. The fuck? Regardless of how far we get, we could probably do like every check except the boss. Because I don't have the key. I made a mistake. I don't know why I paused. My brain started buffering and... Okay, Link. It's alright, one of us has a brain that works. And it sure ain't me, so it better be you. Between Link, me, and chat, somebody has to have a working brain, right? 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 I say that like I'm not a chronic Twitch viewer who knows. Boy, I don't have a working brain. Haha! I'm so quick with my iron boots, you can't even toss me away. I'll come back for the chest, obviously. What news do you have? What does it matter? The freak child already owns that place now. Hello, sir! Give me I'm gonna kill you! You're lucky I can't use the sword in here. It'd be over for you, old man. Watch yourself. I'm normal. Okay. Link, please, the ladder. Thank you, sweetheart. My dumb little pink guy. And other things my parents probably say about me. Imagine being named Chudley. You know what? I never really thought about it, but yeah. That sucks, bro. Why'd your parents do that to you, man? That should be like a crime. It is like an old, like, name. Just... So far, all this dungeon has given me is floor rupees, keys for the doors in this dungeon, because they're locked to their dungeon, and ice traps in the volcano! Please! Haven't I suffered enough? Mini boss! Whee! Oh, I don't remember how to fight you. I mean, hell froze over. Owie! He hit me! I stabbed him in the tummy now. Link? Hey, sweetheart. Link, my dear boy. What the fuck? Why didn't you grab him? Sorry, your tummy makes funny sounds. Ow! Link, come on. You can do better than this. There we go, sweetheart. I just had to lock in, you know, stop throwing for content. You know, you think after the first couple times he'd have realized it wasn't working, but no, he's... Thanks for letting me escape the lava. I really appreciate it. There we go. Perfectly executed first try. I know, you're really impressed that I can beat this mini-boss that was made for children. I know! It hurt, don't it? Trust me, I've fallen in so much lava. Do you even give me anything? No, you just let me pass. Well, I guess technically there's a chest right here that you receive from him, but like... He didn't hand it directly to me, so it doesn't count. Oh, what is it? Why do I have this equipped? Oh, right. I remember. Because you needed it earlier, you ding-dong. Ow! Perfectly executed. I didn't almost miss or anything. You know, I will give the Gorons credit, since they can, you know, survive lava. I guess this is a pretty good security system. It's stuff that they are perfectly fine against, but everyone else would, you know, get heated up. But when you consider that, like, in this game, it seems like everyone's kind of at peace. It's kind of fucked up if you really think about it. They're not gonna reset when I leave the room, are they? They probably are, but I'm pretending to have faith. Hello, sir! Kill yourself in-game. In Minecraft? Jesus fucking Christmas. Yeah, okay. Like, at least give me arrows at this point. Oh man. Wait, no, they didn't reset. Okay. I thought they had, and then I realized I can't read a map. That's not what I realized, but it's still a truth. One of many. The Goron mines are pissing me off. I don't even want to save your leader. Yeah, that's right, I said it. Am I supposed to shoot something? Ah. Oh. Okay. I feel like the sword would have been just as effective as rolling, but what do I know? I'm just a little guy. No thoughts? Head empty, little guy. Have you seen me jump in the lava like 17 times? Minimum. Ow! Are you the dongos? Are you the dongos or are you just lizards? I don't know the Zelda lore that well. Yeah, that's on me. You know what? That's on me. I can't even be mad about it. That's fully my own fault. Arrows! Ooh. I missed somehow. Arrows! I forgot you were there. I know it's been like 10 seconds. Listen, we've been over this. My short-term memory is really bad. Like, atrociously bad. Upside down. Please don't kill me while I'm doing this. I'm already stupid enough. I don't need the help. I did it! Woo! First try? Where the hell am I going? Duh. I figured it out with my super smart people brain. It's the final chest. It's actually, I don't know if it is. Map me, buddy. It actually might be the final chest. In which case, this dungeon did not fuck all for me. If that's actually the last chest. Hey, bro, be chill. Oh my god, that actually is the last chest, isn't it? Oh, what the fuck? What are you? Hello? Since when are you here? Where did you come from? Can you fuck off though? Like for real? Yeah, that's what I thought, bitch. I gotta be nicer. I don't know why I'm like this. Hold on, if I ever learned how to time a shield attack, it'd be over for you. Those were spiders before in that room, right? Like, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy, I swear I'm not. And everyone's just like, those were always there. You're crazy. Guys, come on. You didn't even hit me. Y'all suck at your job, I think. Seems like a skill issue, honestly, so... I don't know. I don't have the... Yeah, I have one piece of the big key. Totally gross. Okay, phew. I'm just doing this while I try to think of where I should go. Who I should be. Ow! Okay, I understand. I should leave. Honestly, just take me back to spawn. I have the bow now. Right! I have the bow now. Take me to the fish, people! That feels kind of mean to say it like that. Take me to the lures. Wait. Right, I can't turn into a human in the water. I'm sorry, but no, I didn't think about it. Let's forget it's a different menu. Do you even give me anything? I didn't actually... I didn't know for certain. I just felt bad for you. Yo, 20 bucks! Deep sigh. 20 bucks. I didn't want to talk to you. I'm trying to swim, bro! There's just a soul down here. Presumably I can pick it up. There we go. Is that all the standing items down here? That rock looked a lot like a chest to me, I don't know why. Probably because there's something deeply wrong with my perception of the world. No. These are just floor money. Water bombs. I need those. Probably, I don't know. I actually need bombs in general. I know, Link, it's scary. It'll be okay. Now that I have the bow, I actually can go into the water temple. Which is... in the desert. Me trying to remember something that happened an hour ago. Oh no, bro. That was ages ago. You can't expect me to remember something that was that long ago. Well, those bombs just got thrown away because I have water bombs, so... yay. Hello, ma'am. Can I enter your fine establishment? No. Oh, man. I don't know what's gonna happen after I... Oh, no, monsters! There's monsters! Oh, no! Am I believable? Did you believe me? I ask after using the fakest voice of surprise anyone's ever heard. Hello, it's your boy, Link. Fuck! I hate my life. Come over here. You, come over here so you're not on the wall. There we go. Yes, it was me, a human man, who killed them. I didn't know I could do that. I hit the wrong button. I can do that? Pumpkin, no. Cheese, no. My life is ruined, honestly. Anyway. This button. And then that one. And I probably should be a human when I do it. As impressive as Link is, I don't think he can, fire a bow with his dog hands. I would be impressed if he could. He switched what it was equipped to and... Nice lady who gave me bombs. It's gonna be great when she doesn't... Oh. When she doesn't give me anything important. If she gives me an ice trap, I might have to kill her in-game. Yeah! Well, I still broke the debris. Job accomplished! Task failed successfully. Let's go. I know that the best way to actually win the actual shooting minigame is to just not move. Which is great, because I'm good at that. I love doing nothing. Don't talk to me! I thought it would take more than two. No, I'm gonna go this way. It's not like I need the money. In game, God, I could use money in real life. I remember there being more debris to break, but... Maybe my memory is bad? No, couldn't be. Fun fact, not here, but there are places on this that you can actually see out the Lake Highland, the bridge. The Nehru Bridge, that's it. The Lake Hylia Bridge. God, I'm bad at my job. It's the water's fault. No, it's the kids that are wrong. Now give me something good. Give your good friend Link something nice and useful. That I didn't need that. What if I wanted to play the game? Take me back! Take me with you! Bitch! Now I have to warp all the way up here. And then no. Swim down like a peasant. It's fine, it's fine. The compass may not... The item for that might not have been useful, but she'll definitely give me something good for the actual shooting minigame. Please. A thing that I suck at. Even knowing the strats. I am notably really bad at that. See, anytime I played it on stream. But you can't, because those streams are gone. Ha ha. Wait, I can howl! Like the guy from Moving Castle. Maybe this one will work, unlike the other one. Whatever that thing's fucking problem is. Whoops! Really fumbled the ball there. Okay, so this one, what is the one in the Lost Woods problem? Because all the other howling spots seem perfectly fine, and that one is just like, what if you go fuck yourself? Like, damn, alright. What did I do to deserve that? I am going to immediately forget where the thing is. Though, so that sucks. Sorry, I'm a little eepy. Oh, one of the other reasons I took a break this week is because I had to fix my sleep schedule. Oh, that's the one by Haruka. Well, that one's easy to remember. I know that one. Let's also... We don't have a fishing rod, but we can get the piece of heart that's over here. Whatever it may be. Probably still a piece of heart. Hey guys, no matter how hard things are, just remember, at least you don't have to beat roll goal. That's a duck. I didn't remember there being ducks in this game. I also kind of forgot you could, during normal swimming, it's still a piece of heart, but I'm gonna take it. I'm right here anyway. It's not like I have to worry about Dark Link. Jesus Christ. My brain no work. Unfortunately, because that fishing rod was fake, I can't get the bottle over here. Presumably I can't claw shot the bottle out of the water. Or whatever it actually is. Alright, Fuck, that doesn't say your name on it. I was trying to remember what her name is, and I can't because she doesn't have her name on her business. Alright, time to lock in. Just don't touch the boat controls. Not the bottle uncorking noise. I'm gonna these right now because there's no strawberries yet. I'm trying to remember the name of the new footage. Real! That's so real! I am so bad at names in general. And I'm like, listen. Okay. When I made friends with my best friends from like college and stuff, the amount of time I spent going, I don't know their fucking names. I still don't know some of their names because some of them changed their names. Like, bro, I already couldn't remember your name and you changed your name? Also, I was thinking about the strawberries from the bird minigame. When I was talking about strawberries just a minute ago. Which is, mind you, way worse than this. That thing pisses me off. I'm like, legitimately, like, God, please don't have that be a reward that I need. The way I would try to find a way to cheat to get out of doing it. I might have fucked this up, though. Legit. Legit? That's legitness. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm like this as a person. I don't know why me as a human being is like this. But I can't be fixed at this point. I don't think. I think we're... Are you for real? I think I'm beyond fixing, so... You, me, and my parents are just gonna have to accept that. I am not getting 25 points, bro. Unless... No, I'm kidding. I actually think it's literally impossible to get 25 at this point. Wait. Please, please, please! No! I hate my fucking life. Okay. Please just let me try again. 21 wasn't bad. 21. No, please. Yes. Finally, something to spend all my money on. Okay, this is it. This is the run. I know I fucked it up earlier. That was, you know, mulligan. Trust the process. Have faith in the heart of the cards. Ow, my wrist. This might have to be the last thing I do today. So she better give me something good, or else it'd be a really sad way to end. I just get an ice trap and I go, okay, that's it. See you next week. I'm gonna have to put my wrist brace on. I probably should wear it before I start to be in a lot of pain, but that would be far too logical, and I'm a gamer, so you know I can't do that. I'm a gamer and a VTuber. You expect me to have any amount of logic in my brain? No, siree. Ooh, I mentioned I had that appointment about potentially getting on disability. And they're like, do you need any mobility aids? And I'm like, I don't have any mobility aids. Am I out of bombs? There's a limit to the bomb. I'm pushing the wrong button. Hey guys, I was pushing the wrong button. Anyway, I was like, I don't have any mobility aids, but I probably need a cane. It would greatly help me as a person to have a cane, because I have a knee that's specifically worse than the other knee, and you know, favoring the other leg can only go so far when it then causes that knee to be bad. It's like, I only need one of you to be bad. One of you has to be good. Can't live like that. I gotta talk to one of my doctors about the fact that I feel like I need a cane, just so it's on record. Are you fucking kidding me? Nailed it! I'm the best! You've never seen anyone perform better. Also, yesterday I chipped my front tooth. I don't know how. Presumably eating turkey? I don't know how that happened. But it's like the very top of it. Now, give me something good. Come on. I'm making a grabby hand motion even though nobody can see me. Why do you have a fused shadow? You're not supposed to have that. Okay. Would have been better if it was a mirror shot. Okay. You know what? We will actually do one more thing. Let's go find out what the hidden skill is. Surely it will be something good. Oh, speaking of the bird, there's that... I hate that fucking bird. I hate his minigame. I'm gonna have to do it later. But I don't wanna. Because I don't hate myself. Well, okay. We did get some good stuff today, so it's not, like, all bad. Wait. Oh, right. Do I have any bugs? I do have a bug I haven't given her. Agatha, we'll end it with you again. As tends to be the case. I've done a lot of ending streams giving Agatha something, and then she gives me 10 rupees, and I go, thanks, thanks, queen. I owe you my life. I say that like she hasn't often held incredibly key items. Shout out to her having the Master Sword in my last Twilight Princess randomizer. Like, girl, why you got this? Who gave this to you? She's like, actually, I'm the real chosen hero, but I just care about bugs, so you can have this. I forget she's scary every time. Hi, Agatha. Yes, I have a bug for your bowl. Here's a dayfly. I didn't find its partner while I was out there. Why do you have to pose? You know what? That's fine. Collect 20 or more of them. Oh! Let's go talk to Giovanni. I keep saying one more thing and then, you know. But I'm not gonna remember to do this next time if I don't do it now. That's incorrect. Dog. And... I bring you many souls. Please give me gift. Also, I saved your cat. Man. Aw, man. How many do you want now? Just defeat 32 ghosts more. More, mind you, is what he said. Okay. Alright. So we need to get up to 50. I also think, presumably, his stuff isn't necessary, but just because it's not necessary doesn't mean it won't be useful. I don't know, he could have the fishing rod and at least make me feel better. Or a bottle. Like, that wouldn't technically be, you know, important, but I'd like it. Okay. Look, it's me, your boy. In his customizable model form. Say goodbye, though. We've got to go to... PNG. Whoops. Which, you know, at the very least with the PNG, it's my actual design. And not just a pre-made model, essentially. Okay, let's see. Who's oh my god, so many people I follow are live right now. Or at least were live in the past 4 hours. So I will be back on my normal schedule next week. In as much as I can be, because I don't know what the weather is like. It's been really hot in the evening still. So, there is a non-zero chance that I will be streaming Thursday morning instead of Wednesday evening, but aside from that, my schedule will be normal. I'm back. We're here. I will be streaming again at 10 AM Pacific Daylight Time on Monday, which is still August. August 24th, as it is. I had to check the calendar because I can't do math. So I'll be back then, which 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time is 12 Central, 1 Eastern. You think I'd have it memorized by now. I think 6 p.m. UK time and 7 in France, and that's all the time zones I have on the top of my head. Let's go. Looking at my list of people I follow. I usually rate out to like the same 3 people, most of who are not live right now. Wait. Hold on. I'm getting pre-roll ads. Never mind. Listen, I understand doing pre-rolls so you don't have to do as much. I don't have the attention span. Oh my god. I want to pretend to be a good streamer my first time back, but I'm also like, bro, I'm so fucking lazy. I'm so lazy. Never mind. I'm not going to rate out also because my phone is dying. It's like, hey, doofus, you've been using me all day to stream. I ain't got the battery for this. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. You're so right. Anyway, I will just do my my whole spiel like normal, and we'll be back to having a regular schedule and rating out and everything on Monday. In the meantime, hold on, I'll get there. Thank you for being here, whether you chat or looked or whatever. I appreciate it all the same, especially anyone who hasn't been here a while in a while or hasn't been here before or hasn't chatted before. Thank you. I appreciate it sincerely. Not to be too genuine. My spiel. Remember to hydrate, stretch, take your meds, go to the bathroom, have a snack, and all of that. Kiss your pets on the head if it's safe to do so for me. And tell them I love them. I love you platonically. Take care of yourselves. Have a nice weekend. Since it's the end of the week, have a nice weekend. Have a nice rest of your day or evening or whatever time it is for you. I will see you Monday unless I don't. In which case, thank you anyway. Oh, I don't remember. I haven't written my schedule yet, so if you want to see the schedule, be in the Discord. If you don't want to see the schedule, because I will forget to post it to social media like I do literally every week, I will probably forget to check the weather until the last second and to find out if I can even stream on Wednesday. It was hot yesterday and it's pretty cool today, so I don't know where the vibes are. Anyway, take care of yourselves. Bye.